Alright, chat. Hi. Let me get the game on screen. Yeah, there we go. I had to test a few times before this, so this is actually my third time opening the game, and it's telling me to enter in the time again. It is 1:32. 1:32, your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 1:32 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out how accurate it's the current time, man. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. It shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones to be ready the next time you boot up the game. Okay, now I'm curious. I'm gonna restart the game and check out these new sliders. Please adjust the sliders until the computer is very visible. Okay, that's... Wait. There. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. There you go. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Is that 9? I think that's 9, but... There's 9, there we go. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Okay. Which of these two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or Scrumtush, what? Okay, so let me... Scrumtush sounds like an actual word. Occuboinkle is just kind of nonsense. Please don't adjust the slider, okay? Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Where's the maybe option? I guess I'll just say yes. What is time anyway? This is not a yes or no question. No. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Nope. Help. What do I do? Okay, my friend told me to say no. Will you come back to visit me? Well, I guess I already did. So I guess yes. Okay, let me restart again, see if he has any more to say. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Okay, did he add any settings to my game like he said he would? Nope, everything's the same. Okay. Let's play. Now we can get to the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm gonna get the...
Stanley was so bad at following
choice ending.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourselves. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Wait, what? Why is there a vent there? There wasn't a vent there in the... Okay, wait, hang on, that must be something new. I thought there was only new content when... Okay. I'll do after this, but that's really cool.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Haha, yes.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stan Penny picks up the phone, taken to his apartment where he finds it, one, two, and the two them play them to another. The music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just say... No, that's possible. I can't believe it. Why I did not notice sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe you now he's so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Practice, yep.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have
Yes,
noticed
thank you.
that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
How could I have missed this? I don't know. But welcome to the stream. Worst day of all time for missing 18 minutes of this. Yeah. You just missed most of the settings dialogue. I haven't really done anything else. I'm just getting the choice ending right now.
Now that we know your choices are
I'm gonna go
we
down to
can't
that
have you jumping off the
event
platform and dying.
next time, though.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Yeah.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
For some reason, Sora is still up, so I don't think it'll be shut down for at least a month. Oh. Okay, well that's nice. At least they gave it a bit more
Yet
time.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door?
Sora still
Would it
works.
still
Okay.
work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but
I have
now
to wait for this
he would
guy's
draw from
dialogue
within himself
anyways.
the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You
Why are you able to use right click to walk?
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
I mean,
I'm
it's
quite
kind
sure
of...
you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
That's pretty cool.
All
I've never
right.
seen a game do that before.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This means you could theoretically play Stanley Parable with only your mouse.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction.
Everyone's
Perhaps we're
using
not too
right
late.
click to walk, yes.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now.
Broom
What am I
closet plus
supposed to
right
do?
click to
Even if
walk
there
and
were a
8%
way to continue, would it be worth it?
Run.
To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have
Best
to live with it
speedrun ever,
forever,
man.
reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You.
Dude's going
who thought he was so
insane. Yeah,
clever.
genuinely.
Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
We
We're
destroyed
the only
his
thing
whole
in the world
game.
that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And now Stanley's just stuck there.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The
I need you to
end.
walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
Nah, he's not doing
You
anything.
can never know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all.
Sorry, Leroy, what?
I'll wait for you.
Why
to
is that
decide
there?
What's the right thing to do? Take as much time as you need.
And why is it stuck on the screen? Okay, now I'm gonna try going in that vent I found. Leroy Jenkins.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a... When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I haven't gone through the left door at all in this version
Yes, this room.
yet. Maybe I should do a left door
What
version.
a beautiful room.
Or
But
ending
eager
next.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
Okay,
years ago.
now let me see. Where's the vent? It's right there. That's a pretty hard jump. Ooh! I made it. Okay. Crawl through the vent. I can't... Oh. Okay, loading. Oh god, what? Where am I? This is new.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path.
What?
That it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path.
What?
That it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path. That it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path. That it seemed the
Stop it.
office had begun.
No.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be.
Oh
All
my
the back and
God.
forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist
The
you think
narrator
is
was never
revelatory.
real.
I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you.
Can I play one of
Life
these
being
tapes?
an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
What? I just found a vent. Okay, wait, is that the end? Yep, that's the end, okay. That was really
All of his
weird.
co-workers were gone.
What was
What could it mean? Stanley decided the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright,
When
I'll
Stanley
go
came
through
to
the
a
left
set
door
of
this
two
time.
open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
What the
office,
hell? Sora
hoping he
is only
might
doing
find an
one
answer there.
15-second generation video a day. Dang. Okay, so now that's a huge limit. Or wait, no, that's small. That's a very small amount.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held
I know
from
the
him?
code, but I'm gonna wait
What
for
he
him to
could
finish
not have
talking,
known
otherwise
was
he's
that the
gonna
keypad behind the boss's desk
get
guarded
angry
the
at me for
terrible
not letting him
truth that
talk.
his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer
I can do
luck.
3
Amazing.
10-second
He
video
stepped
gems
into
a
the
day,
newly
so I can
opened
get 30 seconds
passageway.
per video, so it's not that bad. Oh, okay. That's better. Why is there an up button on this elevator now? Can we eventually unlock that?
Descending deeper into the building,
So I
Stanley
can only do
realized
2
he
or
felt
3
a bit
generations
peculiar.
a day now.
It was a stirring of
Dang.
emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I used to be able to do like 10 or 20 10-second generations daily. Wow. Okay, so they really... Wow.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Whoa.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control
I think it's because
facility,
they're
it was
doing.
too
I think they're
horrible
doing
to
it because
believe it
one
couldn't be
generation
true.
wastes $1 or 2
Had
from
Stanley
them.
really been
Like
under someone's
millions
control all
generations
this
had to do
time?
daily.
Was this the only reason
That
he
would
was
make
happy with
sense
his
for
boring
them.
job?
Yeah.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
There we go. And now I'm gonna get an achievement for this. I'm gonna get the B game achievement. Oh yeah, and speaking of achievements, we can get the door 430 achievement after we do this. Forgot about that.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? had won. He had defeated the machine.
The outdoors.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Freedom.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of
3
the new
daily
path
10-second
before him.
generations may sound nice,
This
but we're
was
talking about my
exactly
2
the
to 3
way,
minute videos.
right
That's gonna be a
now,
pain,
that things
because there's
were meant
clips
to
that I can't
happen.
use.
And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, that's gonna suck. Okay, and yep, I got the achievement. Can't see it though, because I'm using game capture on OBS. I hate it because video length is gonna shorten a ton. Or become way less quality. Yeah, that's gonna suck.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply.
Okay. Let's click on door 430. 3, 4, 5.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Pick a door 5 times. Is that all you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such. Now suppose you would click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort over a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yeah.
Alright, 50 clicks. But either way, I can't do anything because I'm not a sore employee who most likely has special access to use it when they want, even if it shuts down. Dang, man. Has it been 50 times yet? I'm spamming E.
No. I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Alright, yeah, sure. 20 more clicks. Dude paused at 6 and 7 to not say it. Yes. That was my plan all along. Okay.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Door 437, so that's... Door 437. 2.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 44415.
Wait, 415. That's... Where is 415? I don't remember 415 being here. Ah, there it is.
Now, go back to door number 43.
Right, 437 again, yep. I know where that is.
Let's see. How about you click on I don't know. Copy machine.
Is this voice meant to echo like a cave? No. No, that's just the lag. I paused the game to try and stop it, but I don't think there's any other settings I can change. Unless I, like, lower the quality. Let's lower the quality a bit. At the copy machine...
Alright. Back to room 417.
It's still lagging. Okay.
I'm really feeling it now. I think
we're getting somewhere. What did he say? Oh no, I forgot what room he said. I think he said 417.
Okay. Now go climb on employee 414.
419's desk. This.
Yes! This is you're putting my things standing. I like that. Alright, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Okay, and now he said door 416.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine shouldn't do that one again.
Alright, the copy machine. Again. Okay, it was 417, yeah. The copy machine again.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
This is the moment you've been waiting for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
There you go.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, and proud of how far I wanted to today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was 5 clicks. Really now. What were you think?
Okay, let me quit. Let me begin the game again and see if it fixes it. I've got the achievement now, so I won't have to repeat everything. Dude sounded like a goblin when yelling yes, I think. Okay, is it...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
It's not perfect.
Perhaps he had simply...
But you can tell what he's saying by looking at the subtitles. Oh. Okay, new area.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why was I still walking? I didn't right-click. Okay, no, I guess I'll...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'll do one of
the lounge was sublime, a work of art.
Endings on the...
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story,
am I accidentally right-clicking?
What to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay. I'm gonna keep my hands away from the right click.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, no right click. There we
Look,
go.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
There.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Yeah.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay, the red door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yep, the red door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Come on.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Kinda,
Was
yeah.
it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
Ooh.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be
Yes,
honest. I'm looking for
definitely.
some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Did you know that 21.3% of players skipped the intro sequence, while the worst of 3% players chose the blue door? Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
No.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay, yeah, I'm not doing this for 4 hours.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely
No,
to spite me?
I'm not
because
doing
if it's
that
the
for
latter,
4
well, I don't know
hours.
what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game?
What if you did
just
it for
to ease
4
the
hours,
pain?
then,
Let's see. What do we have here?
let me see if I can send it to you.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Basically what happens is that there's this thing with, like, a white screen, and then there's, like, some text that says some stuff. One way to get live views nowadays is to do the shorts format, like 20k subs, yeah.
The Planet Fitness
I
Black
don't
Card.
think this game would
Access
fit.
any
Oh,
location.
I don't think this game would fit in shorts format. Alright, I sent you the baby game ending. Is this still loading? Jeez. Everyone would want to watch Stanley Parable in shorts format.
Aha!
Maybe you do
Fascinating.
now, yeah.
What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Wait, this is
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
new.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians
In
below
the
you
original
from up
Stanley
high in your
Parable,
creep
it took
tower,
you to
perhaps for some
a
sort
version of
twisted,
Minecraft,
erotic purpose.
and then he took you to Portal.
Yes, that
But
must be
I don't
it.
know this
What a
game.
fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
What? What's wrong, narrator?
It is. It's an open world game. Good
Oh.
God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley.
He
What a
doesn't
close
want me
call.
having
I
freedom.
really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just
This reminds
wandering
me of that
around,
one
no
game where
right
you're
or
in a
wrong
watchtower
directions,
hiding
no
from this
path to
monster
follow. You
thing.
can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Alright, where's he taking me now? Oh. Wait, we're
Wonderful.
we're
See,
in
this is
Rocket
exactly
League.
what I had in mind.
This
Just
is
a nice
Rocket
big
League.
box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here.
Oh my
now,
God,
this
it's so
is
big.
game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Are we, like, tiny?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
It is,
Stanley,
yeah.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Okay. I'm too small, man. I can't play this. Okay, well, maybe I can. You made me much faster. Alright, come on, get it into
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yes.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely
Is this
multiple
Rocket League?
balls
Yes, it is.
makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Okay, but if there's two balls, then
Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
I haven't even
Stanley,
kicked this
I'm
ball
like a
into
child
the
in a
goal
confectionery
yet.
shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Bro.
More balls.
Holy chill. There's too much balls. There's too many balls.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Yes,
You having fun?
but there's too
Is this a
many.
real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my
man.
game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much, but who knows? You're an inventive kid, you'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Okay, now where do I go? Where do I go from here? There's too many balls. Too quick taken out of context. Oh my god, okay, yeah.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh. Okay, I fell into the goal. Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much.
Okay, so bro literally told me that he's leaving, and then he immediately wants me back up there. Nah, bro. Oh god. Where am I? Oh. Wait, I accidentally right-clicked. I gotta stop doing that. There's a light. Oh, 427, that's my office number. I have no reflection though.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the
The
leading man
narrator
in
is
his own
desperate
story,
for
well,
friends.
perhaps he's
Yeah,
gotten it.
literally.
Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
But the end is never the
I
end.
can wait.
See, look, narrator, it says right here, the end is never the end. Phone.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your speakers. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay, well, it started echoing and there was no subtitles, so I have no clue what that said. Why does it always seem to lag in the office?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What should I try and get now? I'm gonna go for the ending, where you go downstairs.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
But first, of course, we
Stanley
gotta
decided
go in
to
the broom
up to his
closet.
boss. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past
There's
the
clearly
broom
lots
closet,
of things in
at
here,
least you
look.
would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you
One more
go and
person
talk
decided to
about this
join
with your
because of the
friends,
broom
you'll say,
closet ending. Yes.
Did you get the broom closet ending?
Perfect.
The broom closet ending was my favourite.
I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
Yeah, I'm
They have
dead.
fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, you too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Alright, I'm ready now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something
I remember when we
occurred
did
to
the last
Stanley.
stream and this
Maybe,
ending,
he thought to himself,
we
maybe
just had
I
to stay
am
still.
crazy. All of my
'Cause the game was
co-workers
lagging
blinking
if I moved.
mysteriously out of existence
And now
in
I
a
don't have to
single
worry about that
moment
anymore.
For no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled.
Dreaming.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
Imagine
And
having
then perhaps the strangest
so much free
question
time
of
that
them
you don't
all
have
entered
free
Stanley's
time.
head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
We did. I just found
This is
out
the story
how,
of
why
a
he's
woman
screaming.
named
It's because
Mariella.
he opened his eyes and he was still there.
Mariella woke up on a
Still
day
down
like any
there.
other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. Well, what? Okay,
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
The right click still happens, even when... New content! Yo!
Oh, new content?
New
What does that mean,
content!
new content?
I want to see the new content!
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Thank you.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
The new content will be one new box,
After
yeah.
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a
Ultra
reimagining
Deluxe.
of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Heck yeah.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Can't wait to finally get to the new
Okay,
stuff.
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but
Elevator.
I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yes. Is it not?
Is it broken? What's going
Is
on
the
here?
elevator?
Should we be moving somewhere? Or,
Yes.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go. All right,
okay.
finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
He's as excited as I am.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the...
It's on a very high floor.
Let's
Oh,
see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
yes.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
The jump circle. Let's press space to jump. Okay, wait, you can jump in games, so... Oh. Okay, that's interesting.
Is that it?
You can jump...
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Okay, I'm not gonna waste all my jumps. You can't jump outside of the circle, though, so I don't know what the point of that is.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Maybe
If
you're
this
right,
is new
Cat of
content,
Stuff. Maybe there's
then I could
only
just read
one
you the
new
whole
thing.
dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good.
More.
Yes. I knew
More.
there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying
That's
the
it?
new content.
Oh, you've got
Are
to
you
be kidding
kidding?
me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video
Only
game
one
developers
new
with
thing.
no respect for their fan base rush a
And the
cheap
game has the
expansion to
ability to
market
jump.
for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
The
What
new
quality assurance
content was
department
really
signed off
unique,
on
I knew
this?
it, yeah.
I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
God dang
If
it,
you're still
Marie,
with
why?
me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll
Yeah.
try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Yeah.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Let's do it. Ooh. New beginning. Whoa, okay.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent!
Well,
I want to
But
show you something.
What if I don't want to?
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Okay.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
What if I just keep going in a loop like this? No, no. Okay, no new dialogue. Okay, yeah, let's just go in the vent. Screwdriver. Okay. Oh! You dropped me into some place. What is that music?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it
Yes.
got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Whoa.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Okay, this is really cool, actually.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
The memory zone.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Yes. This place is beautiful, man.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched?
Well,
Back
no,
then,
I was...
video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I don't remember when it first launched, but it was one of the first games I bought on Steam. The narrator being better than the devs is funny, yeah. It is. We got Mask here. Audience Award. Stanley Parable. Good times. The original remake, the Stanley Parable. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Trip down memory lane. $1? Okay. Disc, Stanley Parable. Go outside, yes. Go outside. Nominee for the British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Okay, wow. That's a lot of stuff. Can't sit on the bench.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than
He
any
completely
form of
changed
art,
his voice.
Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's
Every
how
game.
grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk, life than our elevator content.
Stanley Parable, title screen. Wait, what if I go down? Memories of Mammoths. Oh. Person of the Year. It's aboard Stanley.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give
serious
to go
room.
back to have it all over again.
Okay, where do I go now? Here? Nope. Is there some other door? Oh, okay, so this area
Wait,
is unlocked after
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Huh?
What's this? What's down here?
Oh, what?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh boy.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I hope so.
Honestly,
Oh, God,
I
what?
could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Oh, whoa.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Okay, but did you have to hit me with the board, narrator? Ouch. Steam reviews. There is a lot of Steam reviews. Jeez. This one's upside down. It's too blurry.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good,
Yeah.
for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
No.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Another review.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
You don't have to wait.
I wish there was a skip button. A skip button?
A skip button?
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I think he's listening to the negative feedback a bit too much. I have a bad feeling about this man.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning stops with just the push of a button, it's what the players have been asking for. And I'm very to it. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by coming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time
what is
everything all at
this voice?
once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, I'm tired of your echoing. Get out of here.
Oh, you're back. You see, you were
Stop
only
echoing,
frozen in time but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal fluff and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice and video. Of course, I happen to believe that it was perhaps one of my more fun rumination. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination, or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made from the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made them. That is to say, by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being. Then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a grander sort of... It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation.
What is it?
I do find myself in situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other. In which case, the word I am not sick of will be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster. Count. All right. Here we go. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
Get out of here.
Well, there's. You really did catch me, but that's the power of the button. The minute they start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your finger go poof, and it's I can't wait to see what Quickie Time will say about this, and whether they'll edit of their Steam review, or at least change some of the verdicts. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. That would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it runs will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review.
You can already do that.
Because of this situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change the review. Okay, welcome back, Stanley.
Hi.
Now, I should say that the amount of time the buttons are skipping through is becoming long. That last, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not
Oh god, 30, 45
but
minutes.
well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can and wait. How did I get out of here?
Oh, there's no
Where did the door
door.
go? Wasn't there a door led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there?
Yes,
Swear
there was.
Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
I'll try.
Is there any possibility that you
No,
could,
I'm not.
say, slam your body into the wall until enough
Now I
damage
just
is
hope I
done
get
for you to
injured.
be able to leave?
He's trying to
Please,
injure me.
I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I'm pressing it. Sorry, man.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
What?
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
You
I
can't.
can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
I told
Why
you,
was
man.
it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it and that I'm going to be stuck or... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh God,
You're back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to
The plants
talk
are
to
dead.
again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Oh my God, it's
I've
too
been
dark
sitting
in here.
all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as it always is? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing to me, just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you'll hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything,
I don't
is to
think your
know
story...
that someone else
We
is
can't
taking
get
it
to your
in.
story now. We're
These
stuck in this
words that
room.
I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being.
Okay,
I
you're
am
losing me,
I am
man.
something. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
Oh
I
God.
have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
It's
Let me
been a
describe
year.
it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do. that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
You done? Okay, I'm gonna press it again, but I'm terrified. He's gone. Plan's still dead. What? Do you hear that noise? What is going on out there, man? The memory zone looks so peaceful at first, but I don't think it's peaceful anymore. Okay, fire alarm.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley's in forever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it in. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison, perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But
Okay. Oh, the clocks fell. It's not ticking anymore. There's nothing here.
the end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
It seems like he's learned that the end is never the end. Okay, I'm done. Nothing's been happening recently. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay, get me out of this world immediately. Oh. Okay, there's light. Oh my god, if we still had our jumps, we could probably get out of here. Okay. Yeah. Did I get myself stuck here? No. Alright. Keep going. And it's peaceful again. Okay. This is way better than it was a few skips ago. Maybe if we press the skip button, we'll finally be free again. Oh, God, what? Hi, Angel. Whoa. What the heck is going on? I'm terrified to skip again. Oh. Freedom. The memory zone is now just nothing. Okay, wow. I need a minute after that. Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes, it is, and I'm so glad that I'm back here. New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Yes.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay, let's do it. Oh. We're back at this elevator again.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
The Stanley Parable 2! The end is never the end
Yes,
again.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Is this your first time playing? I have...
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2...
Okay, I have played the original game, but it's been a while since I played the original game for the first time. This is my first time playing the Ultra Deluxe version.
Just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Did you buy the Stanley Parable 2 or Ultra Deluxe? I guess this is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe turned into Stanley Parable 2. They're back. 2 doors. Stanley Parable 2.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Okay.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
The Stanley Parable 2.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay, what we got? Reassurance bucket. I have seen a bit of the bucket before. Please no screenshots. I wanna get the bucket. I'm going for the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance.
Okay, can I grab the bucket now?
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Okay, finally. What?
Can you feel it?
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. That's cool.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
No.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay, office decorations. Let's go check those out.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh. A choice. I guess the Get Well Someday one is good.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday,
Oh my
step-niece,
god, you
it
troll!
is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Okay, I can deal with it. I couldn't decide anyways. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
My
Just
name
play
isn't...
along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Alright, today I guess I'm
Jim.
Jim.
Yes!
Yeah.
You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second
Jim.
time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
What if I keep pushing it?
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Jim.
I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll
No.
start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Smoking pen is actually Jim. Okay, wow.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually... An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it,
Oh.
Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Find the Jim button now. Yeah, we need to find the Jim button. Where's it at? You took away my gym button, dude. Okay, what else have I not gone to? The jump circle again. Infinite hole. New free easy achievement. Yes, please. Yes, please. Pull the lever, receive your achievement now. No
Now
more steps.
here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left
The
in the game on
narrator's
accident?
gatekeeping the button
Well,
to
I'm
himself.
developing a technology
He wants to
simply
be Jim.
give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Okay, I
What
guess we're gonna have
else?
to wait.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The infinite hole, that sounds interesting. This screenshot. Oh, we've been here. Okay. Infinity. Infinite hole. Hole, depth, space, more hole. Lots of hole. One reviewer gave the game a 4 out of 100 and says idea's original, game is interesting, but paying $15 for 1 hour to complete game is bad. Moreover, 1 hour that was actually boring. Most of that 1 hour passes by listening to the narrator. Even $5 seems a lot for this game. Wow. That's harsh, man.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay, let's go down. Infinite hole.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press G.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Nah, man, I'm going back in.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again?
Yes.
I don't know what else there is to say,
You took away my
Stanley.
gym
It's an
button. You can't take
infinite
away my hole now.
It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would
Fall in
very
the
much
hole and
like
see
to
how
show
long you
you
can
some
fall.
more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about...
Oh!
Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing,
Well, there's your
Stanley.
answer, cat of stuff.
I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
It's
Then
not.
go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'm falling down again.
Oh, for heaven's sake. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
Oh.
Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
Oh my
Stanley,
God.
I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Okay, yeah,
Well,
sure.
there it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Okay, teleport. It's not working.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
I'm pressing G,
Still
man.
nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Meeting at 2 p.m. The pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Two of us, we can make it if we try, okay. What is this music? Oh, we're going down! We're going down. It's happening. It's getting deeper. Change your perspective. Whoa, what? This what? Okay, so it just loops through them. I can't go back to first person. Change your perception. Oh. Yeah. This is a banger. Change your reality. Oh, what? Oh. What other songs are there? Let's see. Change Yourself. What? What is happening?
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
Oh my god.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Get back in the hole if you get out. I assume the same thing is gonna happen. Yep, I can already hear the thing starting. Oh, loading. Oh. Okay, wait, what if I had...
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay, hang on, I'm going back to the hole. Ah, frick, he's locked the door. I can't open the door. Ah. Well, that sucks. Jump circle again.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Okay, I'm not wasting all my jumps. Two. Oh my god, this is huge. Okay, collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply
there it
collect
is.
all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, okay, 1 out of 6. Collect them all. Okay, let's try and find them all. Can you find them all? Wait. I
God,
probably
it
hit...
really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Maybe he's hit some in rooms that have already been, like, let's go to the gym room. Nope, there's none here, and the gym button's still not back. What if I go, like, back to that hallway? where I found the first one. Nope, he's locked. He's locked it. Okay, is that everything? Let me check this map. Jump circle, we did that. This map. Free achievement, the button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Merch? I haven't done the merch. I think I saw merch somewhere before. There it is. What happens if you scan this QR code? I'm gonna try it. Okay, scanning the QR code takes you to a website called the Stanley Parable 2. Okay, interesting. You think he saw a sign saying the hole? Yeah, but he's locked the hole, hasn't he? Yeah, he won't let me back in the whole room. And I still don't see any Stanley, like, those mini Stanleys, I guess. Settings World Champion. Where is that? I am here, so I need to go this way and then left. No, that's the decorations. I guess he just won't let you in that. Anything else? Nope, that's it. Exit. I can't leave? What else am I meant to do here? Oh, wait, this is the exit, I think. We're going
All right.
up somewhere.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Do not go
Here
to the
it is.
StanleyParable2.com.
I give you
redirect me to
the
a site
Stanley
that tried to
Parable
freeze my
2.
Chromes or pretend I was hacked. Maybe call an agent. Oh.
Well, I mean, there's potential.
Okay, wait. The website's called stanleyparable2.com, not the Stanley Parable 2. I don't know why they wouldn't just call it the Stanley Parable 2, because that's gonna trick people.
Here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Version 2, the Stanley Parable... What?
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
The gym button!
This
Give me the
isn't
gym
a
button!
coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it, No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Since the game is called
I can
The
take the
Stanley
original
Parable, I thought
Stanley
it had
Parable and
Eva in
simply,
it. Yeah,
well,
me too.
insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay. Oh, wow. The Stanley Parable 2. Whoa. Okay, let's start.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I wonder if he changed the intro.
Stanley worked for a
Yep,
company in a
there's the
big building
balloons.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day,
Okay, I think the
something very
balloons-
peculiar happened.
Oh, the Stanley
Something
Parable
that would
2, there
forever
it is.
change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his... All of his co-workers
Wow.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
And
room.
there's the
Perhaps he
bucket.
had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
I got the bucket. What happens if we get an ending with this bucket?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Okay.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Yeah, I'd
yes,
say so.
Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Wait, what would the confusion ending be like with the bucket?
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the
Oh
opposite door.
boy.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I
What?
knew you'd find this place eventually.
What on earth?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
This is the second time I picked up the bucket, man. Okay, let's follow the line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yeah, this music again.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new
gave me the
character.
bucket.
This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
The bucket.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't
Less
need
than
me to
10
spell
minutes
it
ago
out
I
for
got the
you.
bucket and now we're killing it.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Is there any way out of this?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring
I think
for
it's
after
getting
this.
faster.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic
I'm not
Stanley
doing it.
Parable characters like the
No.
Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry!
What? What the heck?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay, wow. What a first ending with the bucket to get. What? I'm back here.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, sure, let's do it this time. I want to see what the broom closet ending is like with this thing.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
I just got this
Getting into
bucket a
name
second
calling now,
ago.
it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Is that it? Okay, that's...
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet,
you can't
with
just...
all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Dude.
You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment, and to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies, easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay. Now you know it's a bucket, exactly, man.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh, whoops.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yeah.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Back up where? Oh wait, to pressing the button close the door. Too late, okay.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket.
I'll try and do that next time.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one.
Wait, what?
Except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Plot twist, that bucket
For
ends up
he
being
and the
evil.
bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against
Next
the
time,
world.
okay.
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Alright, right now I'll just get the regular ending with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
Oh, what?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No freedom with the bucket?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
What?
This building did not want the bucket to leave.
What?
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, will go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least,
So now I'm just
he
stuck
has
in the
bucket.
darkness.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad,
Oh.
Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Okay, wow. Phone.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work.
Oh.
Can you verify that this is correct?
I don't know, there's no one else here.
Excellent. Your order
I'm
will
not
arrive
employee
shortly.
434.
Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay. Take the buckets.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
We're gonna go the same way.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth
Is there
and
any
comfort
new dialogue
now
when I
more
go
than
back in the
ever.
broom closet?
Perhaps Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Okay, I think that's it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so what do I have to do here? Angelo. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. You can go back up.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up?
I
When I
didn't
was
know
pressing
that.
those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Okay. Is 3 gonna be the new 8?
Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Nope, I'm not tired of the number 3. Is there no more dialogue? Okay, I guess that's done. Go down and back up. Oh, okay.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Back up we go.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Alright, time to press 3 some more.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion.
What are we
He
doing?
wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Okay, so I'm guessing I have to do it again. Down, up one more time. Okay.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Okay, up.
Ah, said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
New area.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Two stage 3. 3.
This was it. One last chance
Oh
to
my god,
win
there's
the
so much
bucket
3.
over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Okay.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure.
Oh.
And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Oh. Is that it? Okay, wow, dude, that was kind of deep.
All of his
Oh, what?
co-workers were gone.
Oh.
What could it mean?
Okay, I guess.
Stanley decided
The
to go to the
boxes
meeting
came
room.
after all.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Also, do it without the bucket. Okay. I'll try it without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay, going back up.
Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office.
Yes.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Does he not react to any buttons? Okay, no. Alright, the 3 thing doesn't work there. Back down.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Back up.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
What?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Even more time than that? Oh my God, man.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it.
Really?
I have made
No?
space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Okay. Back down.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Back up we go.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Yeah.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley,
suspense is
it
killing me,
seems like
man.
nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments
flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
Okay, finally.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
It's pretty much just the same hallway.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've
Welcome,
told them you're
Stanley.
going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling, and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Here we go. Whoa! Okay. This is loud, but I'm ready. Jesus. Is that it? Wow, dude. Okay, that was crazy.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yep, go here.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Okay.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick.
Whoa! Hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking.
Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's
I
funny,
got the
Stanley.
joke.
A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh, okay.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Okay.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's
boy,
head
I
back.
can't wait for this.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Okay, alright.
Here we go. You ready?
I'm ready.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yes, sir.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Oh,
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Okay. Wow.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Let me guess. When I go through the door on the right, he's gonna get mad at me for not listening to him. Oh, no. Okay.
What?
Oh, what?
We're back at the phone already?
Huh?
No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room.
No.
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Don't show me the whole video
Surely
again.
that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how
Is this the alternate universe where he's the king of comedy?
Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale...
Pale.
What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Okay, wow. I'm probably gonna do a few more endings and then I'll end the stream.
All of his co-workers
Because I've been doing this for
What could it mean?
3 hours now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
I wonder what will happen when I go to the colored doors.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes, good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Is he not gonna say anything about me going on the cargo lift?
No, stop.
Or
Look
not
there
the
on the
cargo
wall.
lift,
You
the
see, there's a
catwalk.
sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
What?
Stanley,
Where?
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
Oh.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Please, step in here for a moment.
What the heck? Is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes, that's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket,
What?
not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No, that's not a bucket.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay, now I see what he's doing to me.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
This bucket seems very bucket to me.
Correct.
Yes.
This is a bucket.
That's a bucket. That is...
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
That is not a bucket, but knowing him, he's probably gonna say it is.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Okay. Okay.
Is this a bucket?
Yeah, that's definitely a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No, that's not a bucket.
Trick question. Both.
Oh,
Gotcha.
you troll.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket. Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
Yes, you are a bucket.
I'm losing myself,
You're a
and
bucket.
myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear?
Everything's a
Was
bucket.
everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And
Okay.
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything in the game is the bucket. That is crazy.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself, and
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling
I
adventure
wonder if doing
together.
the Easter egg of getting out the
Stanley
window
clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his
will do
co-workers
something
really
with the
all be
bucket.
gone?
If they thought of it, oh, there's a balloon in the way. Okay, there we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to
Okay.
tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and
Oh.
lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
How is that
No,
possible?
Said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata
Oh,
first
what?
ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power. Its
Oh my
fangs
God,
glistening
what-
like...
What is going on?
My God,
What?
Stanley, you did it.
I killed the
You
bucket.
saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Wow, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his
Wait, I
left
wanna
to go
see
back
something.
to the meeting room.
Is the vent I found
No,
earlier still
Said
there?
the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go
It
there.
is.
Go to
There's
the
a-
cargo lift.
Oh. There's a Stanley figurine right there. Or
You found one of them. One of the miniature
That's the
Stanley
second one.
figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure
of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. Alright, now I gotta walk carefully past here. Let's see what happens if I go down here now. No narrator. Still tapes.
Okay, this is day number 295.
What?
Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
What?
I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
You're thinking of making a fortune over a bucket.
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that?
What?
Who's there?
What? Oh my god, man. Okay, I think we've only got like 3 more endings left. We got the apartment with the bucket, downstairs with the bucket, and the museum with the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
Oh, no.
He never functioned well by himself.
Meeting
and
today in the
constantly
meeting
needed
room.
support and guidance from others. So the thought of
Okay,
good
we'll see
bucket,
about that.
A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How we can find them. Bottom text. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh. Hang on. I'm gonna screenshot this. We got about 15 more endings. Oh, God. Okay, I knew how many... the sheer amount of endings this game had, but oh my god, we're still barely even done. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot this, this board and see if we can come back to it later. There are 47 endings total. Wow. Okay, screenshot this. Let's see, stairs, something to do with stairs. Well, there's stairs here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Aha!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
What happened? What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, I have no idea what happened. I'm just gonna go back this way. Somewhere with both red and blue. That's talking about the red and blue doors.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it.
That was a glitch?
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his.
Bucket.
None of them were his special bucket.
Oh my god, there's
Come
so...
to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What?
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled
So it's
through
just
town,
pretty much the same,
talking
except
and
she's
screaming
holding a
to
bucket.
himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Okay. Oh, what? What the heck? What is going on? What? Okay, the Stanley
All of his
Parable.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
It's
decided to go
being
to the
real
meeting room. Perhaps he had
buggy
simply
right now.
missed a memo.
There's no bucket. I can't even grab the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh, we're gonna pick up the phone this time?
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the...
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh. 427B. What? Oh. Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press G to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Hey, where's the bucket now? Is it in my office? Yep. Take C... or wait, press C to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well?
Yes.
To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press Z to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley! Can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press P for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press F to ignore anyone in your life except me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press B to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press R to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press J to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
Oh God, what?
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it
Close
or
your
I'll...
eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. Okay, the last two things I'm probably gonna do for this stream is I'm gonna get the bucket museum ending, and then I'm
All of his
gonna
co-workers were gone.
get
What
the
could it
rest of
mean?
the figurines.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Oh wait, yeah, I guess there's also the ending where you turn the mind control thing on, and then it like counts down to your death. We could do that with the bucket too.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently an empty within, a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn to a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
25
Can you see
buckets.
the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that
That
the
is
bucket
way more
is
than
far
25
more
buckets.
noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Inferno bucket. Stress bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. Oh. Oh, wait. Can we...
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Alright.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Silly birds? What? I mean, I guess this... What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Alright, wow. Okay, the last thing I'm gonna do in this stream is I'm gonna look for the rest of the figurines.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I know one's in the room with red and blue doors.
When Stanley came
So
to
I'm
a
gonna
set
go
of two
there.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Okay, I found it.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better
I like
encapsulates the
Figlies.
intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. Let me check and see what the fifth one said. Nearby a fireplace.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Okay, I have to think of places with a fireplace.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna check the boss's office, because that's the only thing I can think of right now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
So it has to be here somewhere. There it is.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay, and then the last one was... a private but smelly place for an important person. What could that be? Broom closet? Broom closet's not private though. Thought maybe it could have been here, but I don't think it is. Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
It's
had
fine, I
simply
don't need
missed a
the
memo.
bucket anyways.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
A room that smells bad. Yeah, I know what smelly is. I'm just trying to think of a...
Oh no, oh no, 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 no,
Okay,
no,
it
not
isn't
again. I
here.
won't be part of this.
Is the bathroom in the boss's office?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Actually,
mean?
I didn't need to reset the game there. I
Stanley
could've
decided
just,
to go to the meeting
okay.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There it is, yes.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
The final
Savor this
one.
moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. Well done. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for food.
Okay. Restart. Oh, wait, what?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Yeah.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Ooh, one more time,
I would love
okay.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
We're back. This place is beautiful once again. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Memory zone.
Here's where it all began.
Yeah.
The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Under the stairs.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I
don't remember
being in
this.
this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Okay, I'll just go along with that. Fireplace.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Okay. We're in freaking 2008 now? It's Mini Stan 5! Would you look at that? Yeah, high five, man. You found it behind the boss's office. Yes, indeed. Thanks for watching.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the boss's bathroom.
Yes.
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
We're
Was a
done.
moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay. You were in the present.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction.
Are
See
you
how
serious,
that feels. Okay, yes, the boss's bathroom. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
I don't have time for
And
this
here's
narrator.
where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh my god.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh my god.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second Figley. Don't you remember?
Yep,
Yes,
I remember it very
too.
well.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collect them all. Oh yeah, we're back here. Stanley Parable 2. The jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
Yeah, jump.
I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes! The
Yes.
two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Does it matter where I go? No, it doesn't. The office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's
No.
something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
The demo?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Wow. Okay. Epilogue. Okay, wait, should I play the epilogue before I end the stream? Sure, okay. Epilogue. Many, many years later. This is where I was when I skipped past thousands of years. We're back here. Campfire. This is beautiful. Oh, wait. the memory zone. Stanley Parable 2. Oh my god, it's all ruined. What? Oh my god, it's so dark. Oh. What's this? Review The Stanley Parable 2. Cookie 9. He's back. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, The Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asks for. An infinitely deep hole, who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits in the Stanley Parable 1 like the adventure line? Instead we had an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Cookie 9. Cat dog born. What else is there? Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. As outlined in a press release they published today, it's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not the fans want. Reads the press release, we thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns this could have not been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. I just went around in a circle. This Cookie 9's blog. Oh, Jim! Jim! We found Jim! Okay. Oh my god, there's many figurines. Hello again. Oh! It's the settings, they're back! It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard, in fact. Let me show you. Together we are gonna make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. Curse of the 427. Stanley Parable 3 Curse of the 427. It's absurd, I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1 and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work, no need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it, man. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what, since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not, I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me, let's fix it. Alright, there, the achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side, we're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready, are you ready? Great, there's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Again? When I started this stream, it was 1:32, and now it's 6:01. Or, well, not AM. I accidentally entered an AM. Oh well. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Oh my god, a car? Okay, wow. Okay, I'm actually gonna end the stream now, because I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. And that was really fun though. I enjoyed that. There were so many things I didn't get, but get them some other time. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Goodbye, Angelo. It was a lot of fun. Goodbye.